So Bitwig Studio is finally here, or it's not finally here, it's coming pretty soon, I guess. The website just updated, or updated 20 minutes ago. So I guess we get a download in the, I don't know, next hour, next 30 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, I don't know. But it's not yet in the backend because someone already said, where is it? Where can I download this stuff, right? So I have to see here if my chat actually is working in the... just a minute. Hey. So it's updating, but the chat is not working. That's nice. Yeah, anyway, but the website is updated, so you can see here the new website, Bitwig Studio, the next generation music production and performance create without limits. I mean, we already know all the features because we used all the, I don't know, 20 beta versions in the last half a year or so. So we know what's coming, what's in there, so probably no surprise. I don't guess we get any new features, just bug fixes or just minor adjustments. Well, it's probably dropping pretty soon. In the background here, you can see I have the beta 17 running already, so it's not the final version yet. But I guess it's coming pretty soon, and of course, no bugs, 0 crashes in the final version. Okay. Damn, my chat is not working. I don't know why. And something happened. Yeah, let me dive in here. Bitwig Studio. Freedom to create your way. Bitwig Studio is all you need to record, arrange, improvise, and perform design sounds and build instruments. That's completely right. Choose your own path with powerful tools that are fun to use and a flexible modern architecture for Windows, macOS, and Linux. And also some videos. I want to watch these videos first here before I look into my Bitwig account, if I can download the current version. So they can completely renew the website, right? It's completely different font size and everything. Different style, at least. It's basically a completely new Bitwig Studio, looks like. And also this looks kind of bluish. Is this a different color? Can you change the color of the... Maybe it's just me. I have here some kind of clip. It looks black for me. Okay. Ah, it's probably a different overlay. Okay. Oh, the chat is working. What's happening there? Oh, it's a different it's a different mode. Okay, I see. Bitwig 6 just dropped. Let me see. I have to check the back end of my account here if I can download the final version. See this here, it looks a bit better. Oh yeah, it's right. It's live in the back end, so you can go to your account and just download whatever binary you need for your system, Windows, macOS, or Linux. I'm just downloading, okay? So I'm installing live. 0 problems. Can you open old projects after updating? Yeah, sure, of course. I think this is one of the key, most things I really love about Bitwig Studio. It's pretty stable. You can open up pretty much any old project. You can open up a project from Bitwig 1.0 or something like this, and it still works. Or they manage to make it work and update the project file in the backend. So it's zero problems. Man, the wait is finally over. All these weeks I needed to use Bitwig 5 and Bitwig 6 basically in parallel because I need to do some work in Bitwig 5. But I also wanted to use Bitwig 6 and make some new projects, right? So I'm constantly switching all the time back and forth between the different versions. And you get used to Bitwig 6 for certain features so fast, and then you try to do it in Bitwig 5, and oh yeah, I'm Bitwig 5, it's not possible there, right? So yeah, it's finally over. We can finally install the final version and just call it a day. And wait for Bitwig 6.1 or whatever comes next. Is there anything new that's not in the beta? I have no idea. I just downloaded the stuff here. I have to look into the... Yeah, the problem here with the final release website is that they probably list... they list everything that's new from version 5.0, right? So it's not like a changelog from beta 17 to beta to the final version. So it's everything in here, and it's probably pretty long. As you can see here, these are all changelogs. So yeah, I can't tell what's new from beta 17. Probably not that much. I don't guess they added new features. You just don't do this because you want to test it, right? You want to test beta 17 and then is it stable? Yes, it's stable. Let's finalize and don't add any new features. But maybe there are some new features. I don't know, but I guess not. Man, these changelogs are way too long here. Circular modulations? What's that? Most parameters clipped by modulate to their maximum or minimum values. This is still true, okay? Doesn't make sense, okay. A few parameters are more circular, like phase and pitch class. These parameters are no longer clipped, but rather wrap around. Ah, okay, you can infinite modulate them and they just wrap around to the beginning. Yeah, makes sense, okay. That's what they mean. Project backups on update. Oh yeah, this was a feature of the beta, right? They create basically a directory with Man, this is so much. I mean, if you are still using Bitwig 5 and you never used Bitwig 6, the beta version, and you just download this, you will be probably overwhelmed, or you're busy for weeks just discovering all the new stuff. There's so many new things so many things changed from 5 to 6, it's insane. Man, I'm so happy that my chat is working in the YouTube stream here, man. I thought it's not working because I haven't, I don't know, used it in half a year or so. Actually, from the first beta stream, when they released Bitwig 6.0, the first beta, I think this was in 2025 in August, till now, and we are finally here. We made it. We survived. We are survivors. Okay, let me install this here quickly. We close this. So you have to look at me while I'm installing the new version. I don't want to save it. No. hopefully can install it. If you're maybe curious about my hair, I showered today, and every time I shower my hair, it gets pretty fluffy. Install. Bam. I'm the captain now. Oh damn, my hard drive is full. Perfect. I have to delete 5,000 different things. I'll probably delete delete the beta version. Because the final version of Bitwig Studio is perfect. There are no crashes, 0 bugs. Yeah, let me know. Do you already have you downloaded Bitwig, the new final version? Is it okay? Do you can install it? Did it crash? Man, I have to switch to Linux at some point in the future. I'm already having a second PC using Linux Mint, and I kind of enjoy it, but I have not moved any hard task I'm doing all day to Mint yet. The biggest problem for me with Linux is actually the plugins. I have my go-to plugins, and I need to replace them with with stuff that works within Linux without ilog, stuff like this. But in the end, it will be better probably for me. Computing space required. Nice. Yardbridge is cool, yes, but it's, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's cool for, having certain plugins working. I tried to use it with FabFilter, and it works really well. But you have to see, it's basically a VST device that loads a plugin that loads inside of Wine. So it's a wrapper around the wrapper around the wrapper. So it's not the perfect solution, but I guess it works. Would be nice to have more native plugins under Linux. And it looks like a lot of developers are actually changing their minds, because a lot of people don't want to use Windows 11 or whatever it's called. Okay, let's try it out. Bitwig Studio, there it is. No beta version anymore. 6.0. That's in the background, that's 5.5.2. Bam, it loads, nice. So when I double click here, it opens up the small editor in the bottom, and I really hate this. And they implemented just for me alone, just for my sanity, they added something here in the back end in the settings. Where is it? Open up, was it the behavior? Select tracks, where is it? Did they remove it? No. It's somewhere here. I hope they don't remove it. Oh, here. Automatically open new clips in detail editor panel. Bam. Disabled. Bam. So now, when I create your clips, you can see there's no bottom editor going opening. which I like because I want to use the detail editor. That's all I want. Thanks. And another thing, this kind of guy here, this number is cool. I don't know, maybe I like this better at some point. But if you don't like it, there's also here the user interface, and you can go to, where is it? No, it's not the middle mode. Ah, yeah, arranger volume control. It's numeric or slider. So you can switch this to slider and you can see it already in the background. You have now the slider instead of this, yeah, number thing here. I mean, the slider is here. It's also cool. I guess at some point I'll try it out. But for now, I'm happy with this. I really like to have this here. Let me see in the chat here what's going on. There's so many messages. I have no idea what's going on. Stem separation. They'll probably implement this at some point. I guess it's not a big deal because there are so many open source tools that use just some open source models. It probably blows up the download size immensely because these models, these stem separation models are very big, I guess, 1 GB or something like this. And it's also something that you can solve pretty easily with just some tools. I use, what's the name? Ultimate vocal remover or something like this, completely free. You have 50,000 models you can choose from to separate stems. It works really great. Is there a way to pin plugins? You mean that it stays open? No, I don't think so it is. I have to move here the chat to the left side. It's way too much. Yeah, let me load up here something so I can... Generative. Sort order by date. Nice. I think I had this one here. Yeah, nice. I think this was one of my first feedback sessions here. I said, this looks like, as you can see at the top, this looks like you can actually choose your own scale, right? It looks like you can click on it. Like when you use here the, what's the name, key filter plus. It really looks like, oh, you can click on it. No, you can't click on it. It's really a bit confusing for me. Because most of these plugins using these scale things here, you can just click on it. It's probably coming in one update. I'm pretty sure. It's not a big deal. Chill, relax. Have you changed the settings of how Bitwig handles plugins from the default settings? The only thing I changed is probably plugin hosting mode from Bitwig to Together, which is probably not good. That's usually when one plugin crashes, all plugins crash, so that's not good. Probably by vendor is better. So only plugins by the same vendor are put together in one sandbox. I guess that's the biggest feature here for people coming from Ableton Live and Logic and Cubase. I'm not sure if it's in Cubase still the case, but when you crash a plugin in Ableton Live, the whole DAW crashes. So I had this problem with my plugin where people said it crashes completely Ableton Live, but it's just, you know, how they handle plugins. In Bitwig, when a plugin crashes, it just crashes the plugin. And that's it. That's the only thing I changed here. And I'm usually changing this here also all the time for whatever reason when I test something. So I'm not the best. I'm not the best default user. individually runs great on Silicon Mac. Yeah, it's really nice to have these sandboxes for sure. I think it's one of the key features of Bitwig, or it was at least part of the first version since 1.0. Man, look at my nice grid here. Can you zoom out this display scaling below 100%? No. I know a lot of people want this for 4K displays, right? They want to have smaller sizes. It's probably not a problem for them to make this below 100%, but then probably some of the sizes here and offsets and where the buttons are, and some things are getting too small at some point. But technically it's probably not a problem. Our music, hey, thanks for a donation. I just saw this. 10 Swiss, whatever. It's Swiss, right? Swiss currency. Thanks, Professor Bitwig, for all you do for the community. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for donating. It's a really fun task, actually, to cover Bitwig, or the whole journey of Bitwig Studio, right? To cover it from the start to the never-ending finish, so it stays hopefully there forever. But you know, starting with something and then kind of building communities and staying with the community and see how it develops over time, and just make some kind of diary. It's really interesting, really nice to do. Sorry, I was talking to Nick. Oh, you haven't talked to me? Okay, no problem. It's really confusing, too many messages for me. I guess we just watch the video. Let me see, bitwig.com. So let's just watch the video. I haven't watched, maybe there's something new in there, okay? Yeah, it's everything you need. Everything is there. You don't need anything else. You just need Bitwig. It's all I'm telling you all the time on my YouTube channel. Everything is in there. If it's not in there, you just build it yourself in the grid. Create without limits. Imagine that you're producing music in another DAW and it's, you know, you have limits. Is there actually something new, a new video, announcement video for Bitwig 6 or something like this? Is this the same video here? Yeah, create without limits, yeah. So Bitwig Studio, you can create without limits, other DAWs, limits. That's the message. High-level editing.
Bitwig's launcher and arranger contain clips, and selecting a clip makes it editable in the Detail Editor panel below. Selecting a normal audio clip opens the Waveform Editor, which is for doing edits and fades. Enable the Expression Overlay mode, by clicking or pressing X.
Okay, get it?
Audio events get an X-ray look, so these event-level automations like stretch markers can take focus. Right-click or long press on the overlay button to switch to another expression.
I'm not a big fan of this long press, but okay.
When a note clip is selected, the piano roll editor usually pops up. Any expression can be shown in the lower area, including static ones like velocity. By default, pitch curves are displayed on their notes, and the expression overlay mode allows any continuous expression to be shown and edited in place. When a note clip is triggering a drum machine or a similar plugin, the drum or hybrid editor loads first. And in this editor, expression overlay is available for both simple and continuous expressions. Lanes will fit the screen as possible, but you can also drag to resize them. Finally, when an automation...
This detail editor is basically its own little arrangement tool now. It's a complete different complex world already. So it's not just an editor. It looks like it, at least.
Clip is selected, it will open the automation editor. Editing tools are available on the top right edge of both the Detail Editor panel and the Arranger. Right-clicking any tool palette shows their names and key commands. For example, if you press and release 3, you will switch to the pencil tool, letting you click and drag to create single clips or notes.
Yes, it's Shift-Tab, but for me it's only Tab. I changed it to Tab because I use it all the time. So I press Tab on my keyboard, tap, 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 right? I click on the clip tab, and then I'm the detail editor back out, and so it's pretty nice. Someone told me this years ago on my channel. I said, Polarity, why you're not using Shift-Tab? Do it. And I did it for one day, and it was pretty annoying to get used to it. And then I was so used to it, and I do it now all the time. It's pretty nice. Just tab.
But sometimes you only need a tool for a moment. So if you hold 5, you can drag the knife tool to slice multiple objects, and then release 5 to keep working with your previously selected tool. Like pencil, the spray can tool also paints a preview on hover, but clicking and dragging with this tool creates a series of events. Alt dragging with notes even allows you to paint a sequence, and once you release the mouse, new notes are selected for further action. Spraying out events is definitely fun, so...
This looks so easy, but you have to get used to it, because we have now so many tools here on the right side, right? Also the spray can. I never used the spray can in the beta, actually. I told this, or I wrote this on the Discord. You need to get used to these tools sometimes. You need to force yourself to use them, and then figure out if they are helpful to you or not. That's actually a real problem also for me, because I'm really old. You can see this, I have almost white hair. So getting used to new things all the time. People telling me things and say, let's do this or try to do this, right? And then the older you get, you say, oh no, that's not for me. That's only for young people and so on, right? And then you try it out when you're alone, and then you like it. And then you think, why I haven't tried this earlier? And then you remember, yes, you're old, that's why. So you have to get used to these tools, and you have to force yourself sometimes to use this. And it's okay to get angry at first, but then try it again. Make some forum posts, I hate this, right? And then you try it out, and then you like it. Then it's the best feature ever. that's the usual cycle.
So keep in mind that dragging the eraser tool can quickly tidy things up.
Yeah, it is hard.
Finally, clips work together. So selecting multiple clips lets you edit them side by side. When several audio clips are selected, each is shown in its own lane. With the track context, nearby clips can also be seen, whereas
So this was here, this lane feature, this was at first, I didn't get it because it looks, you can see it looks like the arranger. So you have the arranger now in the arranger, right? So you have multiple clips and you can select here what you see in the detail editor by clicking in the arranger. So you can select what you want to see basically in layer. You can also layer here some note clips. And it almost looks like you could, with some additional small tweaks and features, you could replace the whole arranger thing with this detail editor. If I'm not wrong, maybe I'm wrong, but I'd say why not just use this instead of this arranger, because you can do everything now here. Also, we will see.
clip context will only show your selection. And you can even bend time with the editor setting to align lanes by clip. Selecting multiple note clips lets them share the piano roll. When notes are layered like this, the default is to color them by clip. And whether you select a clip in the header or just click any note, that clip becomes the target for new notes. If a mixture of notes and audio is selected, the drum/hybrid editor is loaded, showing audio and note lanes right next to each other. And remember, your music is already grouped, so just select a launcher scene, each other.
I think also here the MIDI notes, or the notes in Bitwig, they snap to events inside of the waveform, right? If I'm not wrong. So you can just drag this around and then it snaps to certain onsets in a drum loop, which is also pretty great. Not sure if this is possible in other DAWs, but usually when you have a drum loop and you want to offset certain hi-hats for grooves, you can just, put this here in the detail editor and then nudge these small little hi-hats around and it aligns with the drum groove.
And remember, your music is already grouped.
I know a lot of people want to have this kind of groove pool.
So just select a launcher scene or an arranger cue marker to see those elements together. You can always switch to the other editors to focus on specific content. And don't forget about those editor settings. They even have some visual options as well. Instant context, responsive design. High-level editing, now in Bitwig Studio.
Thank you. We have more. Advanced automation system. So the automation system is now probably really good.
Automation can be as important as notes or audio, and Bitwig Studio's improved workflows will elevate how you work with it. For starters, there are multiple ways to access automation. In addition to unfolding all lanes in the arranger, the automation mode keeps your layout in place, overlaying one parameter lane on each track. Whatever parameter you click on will be automatically focused and editable.
Oh, I think this is an old Bitwig version. You can see there is this icon missing. Am I wrong? Yeah, we have now this here. This also was one of my complaints here, the flying automation lane, or how it's called. Flying automation lane. It's a nice name. Yeah, so you can already see here the last touch parameter. when you click on it. I think this was one of my complaints, or a lot of people had also the same problem, because you just want to touch a button here and then you want to automate. So yeah, that's in there. It's just probably an older video here, or this video was produced with an older version.
Or use the Detail Editor panel, which offers access to all automation for any track. This will show both track automation and clips. Or you can click directly on an automation clip to focus on it. Wherever you're working, automation gestures have been extended and improved. The pointer tool allows you to click on a line to create a point. And clicking just above or below the line lets you move that segment. This also works using the time selection tool for defining a segment of your own.
I have to say, also for automations, I'm not a big editor for automation lines. What I usually do is I record automation. So I fiddle around on knobs and then I record a sequence, and maybe I cut this sequence, or maybe I make some small adjustments. But I never actually do something like this here, where I draw in a specific line with a specific curve at the position point. That's usually what I never do. I guess some people do it, and it's good that you can do it. But for me personally, I probably never do it.
The pencil tool lets you freely draw a shape and then transforms it into an accurate, simple curve. Or use the spray can tool to paint stepped automation at the current beat interval. If those points look a little different, well, they are. Automation points can have a hold behavior. When enabled, the value will hold steady until the next point is reached. This saves a lot of headaches when editing, and it requires half as many points for flat shapes. Alongside hold in the inspector is a numeric control for each point's curvature. This offers precision for single points and is an expressive way to reshape an entire curve. And you can also add playful instability with spread, giving randomness to any point each time it's played. Finally, event expressions have the same options. So whether working with automation or polyphonic note streams, any point can hold, spread, or even both. Intuitively designed, elegantly simple. Automation power, now in Bitwig Studio.
Nice one. Yeah. Modulation everywhere. I guess this is just a general overview over Bitwig in itself. It's not so much about Bitwig 6. So yeah, just finish here with this. So yeah, Bitwig 6 available now, completely free. There's a trial version, try it for free. So go to the website, bitwig.com, just, start your trial version, try it out. Nothing bad can happen. My opinion, still the best DAW on the market, very playful, a lot of options, very dynamic. You can add modulators everywhere. You can create your own devices inside of the grid, and it's even fun to create your own devices in the grid. Bitwig Studio 6.0, also the release version, 0 bugs, 0 crashes. Trust me, bro. 0 problems. Yeah, so this is here the release version, right? Yeah, 6.0. Bam. So maybe I open up here also, what's it called? This one. Oh, it's here, okay. Yeah, there are also a lot of new grid modules here I can show you. Let's use the poly grid here. Don't switch away, it's not complicated, okay? I always have the fear that when I show something modular on my channel, people are, not this nerdy stuff again. I want to see my plugins. Show me stuff with plugins, not this nerdy modular stuff. So I'm explaining like you all have no idea what I'm talking about, okay? So I make it pretty easy. So we have here a synthesizer, basically. We have a sine oscillator, we have an amplitude envelope, audio output. Pretty easy, nothing complicated. It's inside of a device called Bully Grid, so it's a synthesizer. It's basically just a synthesizer, but the synthesizer is modular, so you can do whatever you want with this. You can also replace this here with a normal synthesizer, like this, which is already also semi-modular synthesizer, but you know, you can just take the Bully Grid and yeah, it's just a modular synthesizer without an interface. So I hope Bitwig adds some kind of dynamic interface in the future, but it hasn't happened yet. Yeah, so we have an oscillator, we have an amplitude envelope, and we have an audio output, and we can just play this on the keyboard here. I have a keyboard ready. Pretty nice. And what we want to do is we don't want to play on the keyboard, we want to generate some notes. So I use here some triggers. So this triggers module is also pretty easy. It just takes in a phase signal that you can see on the top left, hopefully. It goes up from 0 to 1 value-wise. So you're just taking this signal in. And then saying, okay, this is one bar of my arranger. And then subdivide this into 4 equal parts or 8 equal parts, right? So this generates then triggers. As you can see here, we can send these triggers here into the envelope, an amplitude envelope. It looks like this. Nice. And we can also say each time we trigger the amplitude envelope, we want to generate a new random value. So use a dice. Roll the dice. So every time we get a trigger, we get a random value. As you can see, your signal out gives you different values. We can use these values for the pitch in here. And instead of using my keyboard, my MIDI keyboard, my note clip or my piano roll input, so I disable this and just use 120 semitones, which is 100% of this value here, which gives you basically ugly high-pitched noises. Right? It's not what we want. So what we want is we want to have less range. So we don't want to go up to +1. I can show you this also here on the oscilloscope. So yeah, up here, pretty high pitch. That's not what we want. So what we do is we use an attenuate, which is just a volume fader or volume knob. So it scales down the whole thing around 0. So now we have still values, but the value range is not that big. Okay, so it's just going up to 0.2 or something like this. So now we get different pitches. But it's still very random. So what we want to use is we want to use a quantizer. We want to quantize all these random notes or random signals to a certain scale degree. So here, this is C major. So I'm using only the root note here and the 5th and the 4th. And it sounds like this. So it already gives you some kind of random melody generator, which is really random. And we can define with attenuate how big the range is. We can also use here negative values, so this bipolar icon or button. So it now generates also values in the negative range, not only plus 0, plus 1, it also goes down to -1. Okay, so now comes the interesting part of Bitwig 6. We can now use here the root key, this one here, this module, and this gives you the current pitch of what you decided to use here on top of the transport. So we're using here EB or E flat minor. Okay, it's a completely fresh scale for me. I never used the scale ever before, and yeah, we can use this now here, and we get a kind of a signal out of it, like this. We can also change on the left side the MIDI octave. So we can say we want to have the D sharp or the E flat on octave 3. So we can say we want to have this on octave 0. So it's down here. Or yeah, 3 is okay. So we get here a slight offset. You can almost see this. It's not 0. It's slightly above 0. So maybe we go to 2 here or to 4. So you can see it better. So this is 1 octave higher. And then we get here these signals from this note generator. And this note generator generates in C major. It's not C major or C minor because we only use the 4th and the 5th. So it's not really a scale or mode yet. It's, you know, it could be minor, it could be major. So this is minor, this would be major. So we just leave out basically the key notes of the mode. So this has also some. Oh, why is it orange? I want to use a different color. Maybe this. So you can see we have here this this jumping around of these kind of signals. Maybe use a different mode here. So this green one here is in C major or C minor, and this orange one is in this just one note, D sharp 4. So what we can do now is we can just offset this here by this amount. So we just use an add. And we add this together and we get a completely different melody line here. And the melody line is now in the key of D sharp or E flat. And when we change this here to, I don't know, F, it just offsets with this value, this kind of thing. And C minor or C major is always around 0, right? So you can offset this with just adding here this to your sequence, and you get a new melody out of it. Easy, right? You can say here this is octave 2. Maybe too much. Very different envelope. I'll put this here. And every time you change here the key or the mode, it just takes these notes and offsets by a different amount, and you're always exactly in the scale of this. You can even make it better if you can see, maybe I use minor here, right? So now it generates also minor notes, and then you can use the by scale thing, and you can hook this up here. And then it switches basically this minor chord to a major chord when you are here in E flat major, or back to something else. Maybe I need to use these here. So very easy, nothing complicated. So we have here the root module and the spice scale module, which is new in Bitwig. There are, on the Bitwig grid. There's more stuff like this. For instance, here pitch class. I never used this actually. Constant set as node formatted as pitch signal, whatever this means. There's also something like, is it transpose? Yeah, it's a transpose here. So usually you have transpose here, and you can transpose nodes up by semitones or in between semitones if you want to. But there's also now this scale steps. It looks exactly like transpose, but here it's quantized to scale steps. So when you have like E flat minor, right? This is the next node in the E flat minor scale, and the next node, and the next node. And it skips basically all the nodes in between that are not in the scale in the mode. So this is also new in the grid. And in my opinion, not many people talk about what's new in the grid, so this is why I'm showing you this, okay? So there are a lot of stuff in there. And that's why I did all the generative patches I did in the past on the recent times in Bitwig 6, because we can just use here these scale aware modules in the grid, and then you can use my generative patches, change the scale and the mode, and you get the result. I want to reverb. Yeah, and this offset trick here, this is something I do all the time because it helps me pretty much to tame random values pretty easily and pretty fast. So when I generate the base for this, right, I can do the same thing. I use a saw oscillator. I maybe use also an amplifying output here. Maybe I don't need here an envelope at all. I can just put this out. It's not in the scale yet, but it will be. And then I use, I don't know, what could I use? A random mod. So this generates also random values. You can hook this up to the pitch here. Right, not really interesting, but we can take, again, this pitch quantize thing here. Use this one, also this one, just this up with this. We maybe want to also limit the range. Like this. And it switches or quantizes it to a new node. And then you can say, oh, this should be octave slower because it's a bass. And it probably needs a low pass filter. Let's use the Moog one here. And you can also use the node pitch here for the filter. So it's a key tracked filter. We don't need this. So now this frequency is always exactly on the pitch or the grand pitch. Maybe we put this to C4, so it's one partial higher. Maybe make this a bit slower, so this is a bar, so 3 bars. Maybe 1 octave lower. Maybe we only want to have the root node. Maybe this or this. And yeah, with this trick you can make pretty much everything pretty quickly constrained to the mode or to the scale of what you selected at the top here in the transport. And when you change it, everything changes. It's too slow. So now we have the problem that the bass has a rhythm, and the rhythm is basically dictated by when the pitch quantizer quantizes to the next note, which is pretty random. So what we need is a sample and hold. And we sample the note 4 times within 1 bar. Which is a bit better. Maybe we can also make this here more like a hover bass, so we can detune this in stereo. So now we have left and right a different pitch for the oscillator, which makes it very stereo. But it's not cool for bass, so we use a stereo width here and pull this down to 0%, so now it's only mono, and we get this hover effect. Use a different random modulator here, so we get a different kind of seed, different values at each time, and we use this to modulate here the frequency, maybe a bit faster, quarter notes. Maybe this needs a high pass here. It's too much. So yeah, this is basically how I build my generative patches, because a lot of people ask me, how do you build these patches? I just do this for hours. And I think, this could be great. Let's try out this one. Oh, this is cool. This is not so cool. Maybe delete everything and start from scratch, or just take a nap. So this is how it went sometimes. Maybe make this a bit smaller, 10% here. And this is still too much. And maybe go up here again to C4. Okay. Let's align this a bit more, a bit better. It's like Tetris for adults, for nerds. Okay, let's see what the chat is saying here. Any new features that weren't already in the betas? I don't think so. It's not. I don't know, because the changelog is just showing you what's different from 5.0 to 6.0, so I don't know what's changed from beta 17 to the final version. I guess there's nothing new, because you don't want to do this. You don't want to test your program for 17 betas, and then in the last beta you bring in 5 new features that haven't been tested. So this usually never happens, so I guess there's no feature. How's the switch to Linux going? Yeah, my Linux PC is on the right side, and it's yeah, I'm just still working on Windows. I have to make a drastic switch, or this will never work for me, I guess. I need to go to I need to eat shit, basically. I guess it's simply more stable than the latest bit. Yeah, it's just refined. Probably some edge cases, right? Some bugs fixed, something like this. Maybe nothing has changed at all. It's just tested if it works correctly, and yeah, some final touches. Also an interesting idea for generating melodies, because I'm usually pretty lazy with painting in notes in the piano roll. You can use, let's say, scale steps here. You can use the root key. So we are in F sharp minor here. So this is the root key. Then we can just duplicate this here with Command and D. Then just connect everything. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we get all the notes from the scale of F sharp here, I guess, in every input. And then we want to select on the left side nearest. So you can use just value here as an input, then switch between these different notes like this. There was a setup I was using with probabilities like this. I also make this 8 steps long. What I want to do is I want to say this slider here is the root note. This is the second note. This the minor second. Yeah, it's the minor second. The third, and so on. You can dial in here the probabilities of these notes getting played. And what you can do then is you can just say, I don't want to use here the phase input, so it just stops playing. And use a clock. It's just basically a small little oscillator playing here a signal, transport signal. We can push this up to 32 Hertz, so it's pretty much scanning through the whole thing pretty fast. And we also use this here for the for this one. So when we are at the position here, make this a bit slower. When we are at the beginning here on this slider, we have exactly this input here selected, right? And then we use a sample and hold. And just hold this value. So here this is 100%, so we probably hold all the time this note. It's pretty dumb actually, but it's kind of works. Then we use here oscillator, sawtooth. Let's mute this here for a moment. AD, we need an output. So the root note is pretty high, probably. I don't know what the fifth is, probably here. Like this. And then we need to trigger this. And we need another sample and hold here. Right, and you can see it only plays now the root note because this is probability 100%. And sometimes here the second. But you can decide basically probability of these notes. So you can say, I only want to have a high probability for the root and the fifth and the fourth and so on. And you can, yeah, pretty much, why is it so hard to grab? Thanks. You can decide the probability of each note from the scale, so you get better melodies. And we need also a filter. Maybe you can take the pitch also here and yeah, just add this together. We need to attenuate. Oh, it's Alt, right? Oh, Shift. Damn, never used this. Bam, melody generator based on probabilities. Easy. Pay a lot of money for plugins to do this. Bitwig, it's just a few modules. Herbie Sound Lab just subscribed. Thanks, man. There are actually new Macs coming out, right? The M5 ones. But they are pretty expensive. But so much power you get nowadays because of this AI stuff. You can drown your PC in plugins with these new M5 Macs probably. Maybe use a pitch no, not a trigger quantizer or quantizer. Doesn't sound right. Oh, I have an offset. Okay, sorry. Was here the offset from my keyboard input earlier. Yeah, maybe use a chance so it doesn't play all the time. I think a lot of people switch to Linux, right? I see almost every day. Maybe it's just my my recommendation feed on YouTube. Big Dave Music, thanks for becoming a member. Thanks. Yeah, maybe it's just my YouTube feed, but I see a lot of YouTube videos about switching to Linux, and I already did it. Finally, I'm in Linux, and it's great. These are the 5 best Linux distributions and so on. Also, Linux Tech Tips made some videos about it a few days ago. So a lot of people switching actually to Linux. And to be honest, most of the software, or most of the software is the reason why you usually stay on these platforms on Windows, on Mac OS, because you have this these specific softwares like Final Cut or Ableton Live and stuff like this, and or also Photoshop. And it becomes worse and worse, and people are fed up. And because of AI, probably a lot of companies can now code tools that work freely on Linux, so people have not that big of a problem anymore on switching to Linux, because there's better software that works within Linux. And also Bitwig, I mean, Bitwig works on Linux natively. You don't need a wrapper or anything like this. Video DaVinci Resolve, yeah, I also paid for a license for DaVinci Resolve a year ago or so, and it works fine on Linux. Only thing I miss on Linux is the Ozone suite. Yeah, like I said, you need to get used to it. You sometimes find tools and you need to eat a bit of shit in the beginning, because you need to exchange a lot of different processes and tools and so on. You get used to it, and the older you get, the harder it becomes to learn new habits, new software and so on. It's always a hustle, but once you do it, then you're probably happy. If your Windows 7 XP was the best Microsoft operating system they have. I think in the Windows 7 era I was on Mac OS. It was a while on Mac OS. But I always found that also on Mac OS a lot of software from Apple degraded. It's almost like they don't care about software quality. Stuff like Aperture, they kind of boil down to this kind of the small Photos app, or how it's called. So they discontinued Aperture, and also Final Cut is not what it is anymore. And also, what was the other one? Logic. It's all kind of casualized in a way. A lot of software becomes very casualized to just broaden the audience, to bring certain people in, and in the process you make it harder to use for pros. It's also in the gaming world is exactly the same. All the games are so uninteresting and so casualized, just to bring a lot of people in, and all these people just need to buy something in the shop. That's all it does. No one does games anymore for the sake of having a great game. It's just all about getting as much as possible users in, and they need to buy skins and stuff like this. And it's the same with audio industry. You need to subscribe, you need to have content all the time, content packs and samples and presets, and you need to own this free new flagship, but you also need to buy this content pack and so on. Yeah, I get it. People need to make money, but at the same time, it's kind of annoying. That's that. I want to use a new instrument. That's how it is. I would say Windows Vista was never nobody liked Windows Vista. I mean, I recall people making jokes back in the day already that it's the worst Windows ever. But yeah, probably some people like it. I don't know. By the way, I haven't made a video about this, but I found a new way of making this one here. So I haven't made a video about this, but this here, what I sampled in there is just, let me disable here all the things. It's just a string from a piano without the resonance of a piano itself. I used Unfilter for this from Synaptic. It basically analyzes the spectrum and EQs out all the fixed frequencies, and you get basically, so I did this on a piano, and you get basically only the string, how the string sounds without the body. And then I just sampled this string, one sample, and then I used convolution reverb here and put the body back on the sample. And then you can play it. It sounds pretty legit. Even when you pitch it up, because usually when you just sample one sound from a piano and then you pitch it up, you have this problem that you pitch the fixed frequencies or the formants up and down, and it sounds not real. But here the formants stay in place, and you only pitch the string. So no one's doing this, but it works pretty nice. I just used Piano Tech for that. It was just a test. So this is the piano, and then I put Unfilter on that, and it tries to remove all the fixed frequencies. It sounds horrible, but it's basically, yeah, just the strings without the body. And then you have this transfer curve, and you can export this. I think it's here. Save the current filter response to disk as impulse response. So you get this then as a WAV file. Then you can import it back with the convolution reverb, and then put the body back on. But in the process, you can basically sample this sound here. It's completely from the resonances freed sample and put it into the sampler, and then put the convolution reverb back on with this impulse response, and you get the sound back. Yeah, of course, it's not sounding legit like a real piano, but you get rid of this problem that when you have only one sample, that you pitch up and down these whole formants, and it sounds wrong. So this is what I did. But you need to have Unfilter, which is pretty expensive. So I haven't made a video about this because some people, oh, you have to buy this and it costs $300. What the fuck? But it's the only plugin that does this. There are some other plugins by, what's the name on it? I think this one here, but it's not really. Just tries to find you some inharmonic frequencies and just creates a static filter curve, which is also nice to have. I use this sometimes on bass sounds, but it's not really what the Unfilter thing does, and also you can't export an impulse response. So I haven't made a video about this, but I want to show you here on this stream, so we have some exclusive content. Unfilter goes for 99. That's nice. That's a nice price. Unfilter is something for just pulling out certain frequencies. Yeah, some people say it's like Soothe, but it's not like Soothe at all, in my opinion. It's very special. It really tries to understand the sound, and it tries to find standing or fixed frequencies in the sound, which means when you change pitch, when you play different notes, right? Certain frequencies change, of course, because you play certain pitches, but also certain frequencies stay in place. And that's usually the room reflections, because the room has a certain size, so it has a certain resonance, so it gives you always the same frequencies, and also bodies of, piano body or a guitar body or whatever. It's always a fixed frequency that peaks at a certain resonance, and this plugin tries to find this. It's like a magic tool that tries to give you an impulse response from a room, just from a sound. So when I say something here in my room, in my microphone, and it sounds very resonant, and I put this into an unfilter, it tries to remove all the resonances from my room. And in the process, you get an impulse response from my room. It's probably not perfect, but it's very advanced, yeah. So Soothe is more or less like, oh, we look at frequencies that are peaking, maybe. I don't know what they do internally exactly. We look at frequencies that peaking and we push them down, no matter what. And this one really tries to see, oh, there's a frequency that's not changing over a certain amount of time. So it's probably not a pitch, so it's not a sound. It's not the sound itself. It's probably a resonance from the room. There's also here something like decay time. Sets the time length of the learning's memory at maximum value. Nothing is ever forgotten. Also your average adjusts how long a signal component must remain stationary to be considered a part of the transfer function. So the longer a resonant or a frequency stays in place, the more it is likely to be a room resonance, and then it's just cut out. So it makes your sound very, very clean in a way. And people love very, very clean sounds for some reason, even though I like dirty sounds. But sometimes you can make really interesting things with this unfilter. I bought this, I don't know, 3 or 5 years ago. And I used it in so many different occasions for so many different things. It's crazy. So let's just record here my vocals into the microphone so you can see, or I go further away from my microphone so you can hear my room. So maybe we can filter this out. Okay, this is a test. So this is my room. I speak into the room and you probably can hear a lot of reverb from my room. And yeah, let's try and filter this out and how it works. See how it works. Okay, this is a test. So this is my room. I speak into the room. Oh, let's actually normalize this. You can hear a lot of reverb from my room. And yeah, let's try and filter this out and how it works. Yeah. Slowly becomes an unfilter ad. This Bitwig 6 stream. Anyway. Okay, this is a test. So this is my room. I speak into the room. And you probably can hear a lot of reverb from my room. And yeah, let's try and filter this out and how it works. So you can push this up. Okay, this is a test. So this is my room. I speak into the room and you probably can hear a lot of reverb from my room. And yeah, let's try and filter this out. And okay, so I just disabled learn. And what I can do now is I first try filter this out. Okay, this is a test. So this is my room. I speak into the room And you probably can hear a lot of. It also tries a bit to remove the reverb, but I think they have also what's the name? They have also unfilter, unchirp, and some other plugin, unveil also. That you can remove reverb from certain sounds. But then you can say, oh, I have a piano or maybe a synth sound. And sometimes I do this just to have some kind of body on something. So I put this here on the polymer synthesizer. And we go to 0 here. Maybe use the saw. And then you can do the reverse. And it sounds like. You can put the room or what you just removed from this sound, you can put on the other sound. So sometimes you have a snare or kick drum, and that's recorded from a real drum set, and then you have a synthesized snare drum. So you can remove from the recorded kick drum the resonances and put this on the snare drum, and it sounds like the snare is recorded in the same room as the kick drum, and you have a bit of glue instead of just putting a compressor on it. And just, you know, that's usually really important sometimes to bring sounds closer together. You have like a kick drum from this source and you have a snare drum from this source, and you want to bring it together. Then you have a hi-hat that's completely synthesized. Everything sounds completely different, recorded in different rooms. Some sounds have no room at all. And you can use something like this and, you know, put it in the same place. Really like to do it. Maybe let's use the piano. What was the name? Okay. Let's use the scale feature here for now. Snap to key. Bam. Adapt to key. Oh yeah, it's blue. Okay, I see. This was what I'm seeing earlier. This was the blue. Man, it would be so nice to have a shortcut for just going up 7 semitones or 5 semitones for the 5th and the 4th. But that's only, you know. Way too long. Snap to key, what to do the different darkness of the blue notes? Yeah, the black ones here, the dark things are out of scale. And the brighter blue ones is the root note. And the normal blue ones are in scale. Can I install Bitwig 6 over Bitwig 5? Yes. Don't need to reinstall all your plugins. You just install over it and that's it. What do you think? Did the overall snappiness and GUI speed of Bitwig have improved over 5.3? I don't know. I can't say anything about this. For me, it feels snappy all the time. Besides certain betas where they implemented something new and it's not, you know, up to the performance, but I would say it's as snappy as ever. How do you get the scale highlighting to work? It's on the right side here, this button. And then you have snap to key, which is K. And then you have here piano pattern with these lines. And then you have adapt to key. And then the coloring is different, right? So the black things here are not on the black keys anymore. It's really like Is it bright? Then it's in scale. Is it super bright? It's the root node, and it's dark, then it's out of scale. Yes. It also works with the spray paint tool, right? Why is the oh, this is enabled by default? Okay, interesting. How can I select? Oh, because the spray paint tool is selected. Okay, that's why I have this line. Okay, that's... Yeah, I have to get used to this. Maybe make it random. Best melody ever. I think you can also use here a different setting. Oh, you have to just zoom out, right? 4 quarter notes? Or quarter notes now. Okay. Man, just having here this alt click for randomizing velocity is so nice. If Beethoven was a graffiti artist. Yes. Give me the spray paint. Is it not possible to hide the off-scale keys like you can in Ableton? Can you? Maybe you can? With the folding here? No, you can only see what's already used. But I don't see this as a big problem. Are people really need to hide these notes that are not in scale? Usually what you want to do is you want to use off-scale notes anyway, right? Because it's very boring to just stay on one key and one mode anyway. Or really do people go for just diatonic stuff and they want to never see anything outside of it again? Or is it just I'm so used to how it is in Ableton, I want to have it really also in Bitwig exactly the same way. What's wrong with the audio engine? Permanent green. I get this really rarely that people complain about the audio engine and say some audio engines are better, but audio engines are all the same. It's just math. Just multiplying and adding and subtracting, and that's all it is. Oh, the polarity image is freezed. Damn it. Yeah, this happens sometimes. You can see I'm really thinking really hard. I'm not frozen in time. It's just resetting sometimes. Hey, I'm back again. Rendering is bad. I'm getting clicks and CPU hitches. Can load up something bigger maybe here. Ugh, what's this? Ambient. What's missing here? Ah, some vocals, okay. For whatever reason.
It might be, yeah, it might be the reason. They might wanna see us bleeding.
This is a big project here, pretty big. That's okay. I have not the most modern CPU.
They wanna see us fighting us. They wanna see us cursing us. They wanna see us fussing us. They wanna see 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 us. They might wanna see us scream. They might wanna see us scream.
There's also a sample missing here for some reason. I probably know where it is.
They wanna see us cursing us. They wanna see us fussing us.
Findon. It's pretty snappy. It's loading, cool, nice. I like big trumpets and I cannot lie. Okay, that's that. So old projects are working fine, I would say. Mikkel Broadlock, thanks for subscribing. What's this? I have no idea. Is trumpet a synonym for Hupen? Not really. They need to make warping not part of the engine. I don't know what this means. I have no idea how the internal works of Bitwig, what's part of what. Okay, this is some random stuff. It's very old. Do I have anything made in 2026? I usually just start stuff and then I never open it again for some reason, because I don't have time. I have no idea what this stuff is. No idea. What's the take on the tearing sci-fi bass fill? It's probably a phaser. It's probably a phaser. What I usually do for bass sounds, I try to keep them simple nowadays, because I really like to have simple sounds. Or what I do sometimes is I use my bassline generator. I made this in 2024. This thing here. So what this does is it just generates a random bass with a random FX chain on every note. This is all it does. Something like this here. Something like this. Right, and then you have a bass. And every note is a new bass. And it gives me sometimes nice starting points without, you know, going into a 2-hour sound design session for no reason. And then recently, I used here this spectral compressor plugin, and I made it dark because I didn't really like to have a dark spectral compressor thing here. I like the plugin, but it's completely white. I think the normal thing looks like this. This is how it looks like normally, right? It's so bright, and I just made it dark. And then I also implemented here some other modes, pitch correction and the phaser, for instance. It's not finished, it's just, you know, I'm trying stuff out. And I have a phaser here, but it's all spectral based. So, and this is probably what you heard, and then you just resample this and you just cut it up. Maybe bounce it here, I don't know. Or maybe put the peak filter here on that. Bounce it, bounce it. Oh, did I? So, and every time you bounce, you get a different sound. So when I bounce this again, I get this. We can delete this here, mute this. Maybe I have a drum loop here somewhere. Let me see. Cool. Maybe something like this. I don't know. 174. So Actually 174. Oh, it's different. And it's probably the best. It's probably better for a fill. Yeah. Too long. Then we can also, we can also switch this here to pitch this down a bit. Or maybe use something faster. I don't know, something like this. Where's my OBS? There it is. Why does Bitwig look so faded, grayed out though? Why not? I mean, what do you want? Bright white? Are you blind? Probably also need to have my maybe make this a bit shorter, something like this. Different bass line every time. And what I like here about, let's say, the spectral compressor is that you can just take this drum loop here as an input. Just take it full in and use your sidechain compression, make it very fast. And it's pretty precise, and it also takes the snare to duck here the upper frequencies of the bass and so on. It's just a no-brainer. I don't need to have singled out kick drums, singled out snare drums. I just take this on the bass here and take a drum loop as an input and call it a day. Anyway, so this bassline generator, I made this in 2024 and I still use it. Sometimes I just exchange here some wavetables and you get different sounds, and it's a good starter sometimes for drum bass tracks without me going in and sound designing for, I don't know, 1 hour to get something decent. I also have some drum bass presets for snare sounds, or I modeled some snares after some artists here. Something like this. I don't know how it sounds. This is a kick drum. And it's just, you know, a grid. And most of the stuff is the sample here, the original sample, and then I model basically all the pitch envelopes and amplitude envelopes after this sound, and I get the same sound out of it, completely clean. Snare. I don't know how this snare sounds. Get this. We have here this, maybe increase the scaling a bit. And to layer this, sometimes I also just take a spectrum compressor here with I just put this here into a group. Synth drums. And yeah, take this as an input on this drum loop. And when the kick drum comes in, when the snare drum comes in, it just ducks the drum loop pretty easily, So without ducking and with ducking. It basically just ducks exactly the frequencies of my snare drum on this drum loop, and it pushes everything away, and just the rest of the drum loop stays in place and adds to the sound of it. So it's basically perfect. I just use the spectral compressor for everything, for just, you know, EQing stuff on other tracks out, just ducking. It's so simple, and it's a very quick plug-in, and it's completely free. It's open source, so why not use it? So these are now the drums here. Maybe I could use here my MD plugin on it. Also, yeah, I don't do much. I just put it on there and just check the input volume. Maybe I change the scaling. And call it a day. So here we can use as an input now the drums. Drums master and drums post. And I need to bounce this. There's no way around it, because every time I generate a new sound, but I have to settle with some kind of pattern first. So let's bounce this whole thing. Bounce. Yeah, I need this on that. We can delete this. Yeah, this one I like here. Yeah, I put this on the clips. Yeah, we bring in one of the older clips I made. Cut this out. Maybe you can nudge this around. Let's loop this. And it sounds okay. Yeah, I'm using another one. Is there no sound left here? It's maybe better. Yeah, you can easily build nice little delete all that stuff here. Okay. Okay, so we can copy this. And then maybe, I don't know, bring in another drum loop for some reason. And the best part is we can just exchange this. The main drums here are still in place, and because the spectral compressor is in place, it does exactly the same frequencies on this drum loop from this drum loop. I don't need to change anything, I just exchange the sound. 127. Of course it's wrong. It's wrong. Okay, so here we can bring in maybe a different type of sound. Let's see if I find something. Okay, let's try this one. So this is 172. It's in the name. Got this out. This here. I don't know. Maybe you can generate something random. What do I have? My random noise synth. Let's see what comes out of this one. Lots of reverb on that. Maybe too much. Just record some stuff here. I don't know. Enough talk. Put this in the sampler. Just play it back. The last one was pretty great. Maybe no pitch tracking. Whoop. Yeah, something like this. I don't know. I'm not in the mood actually doing drum bass, but I want to show you some examples, okay? I don't want to dive into it because it could happen that I'm not coming back for 2 hours. So let's see the chat. Dark mode always sounds better. Yeah, I modified. It's open source. It's just Rust, so you can just do whatever you want with the source. And I never liked the white version. It was too bright. I like the bassline when it's repeated less. Yeah, it's too repetitive. I need to bring in a lot of different alterations here and there. But I wanted to have a basic groove. It always helps for me when I have a nice groove, when I say, oh, okay, this is how it loops, this is how it flows. And then you make alterations here and there to kick you out of the flow or out of the repetition. It needs to get to the chopper vocal, yeah. Can't wait to play around when I'm home, okay? Yeah, a lot of people are actually working. Oh, Pilot's also here. Hey, mate. Thanks for tuning in. I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing good. Have you tried out Bitwig 6 yet? Or the beta versions? Do you like it? Bitwig is a DAW of the future. They need the resources to take it to the next level. You're not going to find Ableton Mastering Studio. Yeah, the problem with Ableton is, I guess, they have a pretty old code base, and they are having also users that are used to how Ableton Live works. So you can't just, make some wild things and make it completely different. That's not possible because a lot of people will be angry about this. You can also see this in Cubase. Cubase is good. It is a good software, and you can make music with it, of course, pretty good. But you can see it's an old code base. They try to modernize it here and there, but it's it's just old code base. At some point, you have to redo everything, or you have to make some drastic changes, or you need to make a different product. Thanks for subscribing. My producer friend told me to get Ableton, but I overrode and got Bitwig. Yeah, the good thing about Bitwig, this is what I always tell people, is that because you have these modular things in the DAW with the modulation system and the grid, you really learn how things work, and you can really experiment and learn for yourself. Try it out, create some reverbs, try to create a compressor, try to create a chorus, and to really learn what's going on. I mean, you can do this also in Max for Live, but the learning curve is much steeper. So in my opinion, the grid is easier and faster to get, more playful, and really invites you to play around with the sound and learn everything from the ground up. What's the name? I haven't used this in a while. What's the name? Alex. Yeah, if someone from Bitwig is watching, there is this random mod here. And when I load presets with a random mod on it, it can happen that it takes a while until it works. As you can see, I played your multiple notes already, but it gives you the same note or the same value. But it should get you like this, different values every time. But sometimes it takes a while until these modulators update. I have this, I don't know, since a few versions ago. And it randomly happens when you load the preset or when you load the project. And it stays basically on the same value, and it takes a while, and then it updates, and then you get random values. So this is a sample preset here, or it's a sampler, and I have here sampled from the Triton keyboard all the keyboard or keys presets. And every time I press a key on the keyboard, I get a different sample or different preset. And I put lots of reverb on that. And then I play this into a granular sampler. That's all I do. Settings. 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Why not? And stretch it a bit. Is there no playback? Why is it not playing back? Is there a problem there? Do we have a problem? Do we need a different version? Okay, it's not playing for some reason. Oh, that's the old one. Damn it. So I sample, then I play. And it stops, okay. Yeah, there's a problem here with this plugin. I probably need to update this, but I never encountered this problem before. What else can we do? delay one trick. Let's see, need feedback, right? Make this a bit longer. Make it bigger. I have to start in the middle here because of the grain size and the motion. ADSR. Chorus? Chorus is always good. What's the name? Frequency shifter? Maybe, yeah. Oh. Maybe two octaves. Maybe better. It's probably too. What's the name? Carbon-based life forms. You have always these acid sounds in there. too cheesy already. Why is it always selecting the old one? Okay. Okay, here we take with noise. Oh, nice. Add. Maybe pink noise. Okay, maybe a high pass, a slight high pass. Yeah, drums of war, exactly. War drums. Damn. no bugs so far. So far for me, it works. I mean, I haven't tried it. I haven't tried that much yet, but yeah, looks like it works fine. So install it and have some fun. Let's find some kick drums. Oh. Oh. Wow, what a track. Drop some freestyle bars. No. I can't. Hey, Ancient Observer. Welcome back. So looks like not a lot of people are mad, so I guess it's a good release. People are happy, it's working. Always nice, the feedback. I love feedback. Do you ever start up live sometimes? Do you mean Ableton Live? Usually only when I need to replicate something. Yeah, but not to make music. I used Live for a while before I used Bitwig, just to, make some mixes, some live mixes, mixing tracks together. But I haven't really produced anything in Live. It just didn't click with me back then. I think my biggest gripe with Ableton Live back then was the arranger. The arranger was like, it was looking so chaotic. And then back then when Bitwig 1.0 came out, I really liked the arranger, how the arranger looked, how the arranger worked. It was much closer to Cubase. And also that you have the arranger and the clip launcher besides, right next besides each other. This was the big thing for me back then. Did you notice any bugs? Not so far. Some settings are resetted, but this is expected because on the beta branch uses different settings than the stable branch. So some of my settings here are a bit off. The midtones are reset. All the arranger volume control was reset. Yeah, stuff like this. I think I also had the beat grid color on white. I'm not sure. I have to look it up how it was in my beta version. You can see much clearer what's going on here. Christmas came early, yeah. Yeah, it runs pretty smooth so far. How long it takes to fully move from Ableton to Bitwig? It depends on you. For me, I was never on Ableton Live. I was never using it. But if you're using Cubase or Logic, you can pretty much pick it up instantaneously, I would say. It's not that much different. My main reason is the sandbox. For the plugins, yes. I tested some of my plugin builds in Ableton Live, and when it crashes, it crashes the whole DAW. I mean, in 2025 or 2026, sorry, we have already the new year. This shouldn't be the case. Yeah, also if you use Ableton Live, you can pick up Bitwig pretty fast also. It's just the same thing. Some of the concepts are more better implemented, like the modularity in the chain here. Most of these devices are more simpler, but you can construct bigger things out of it by just nesting the devices and combining devices. And it's more or less rudimentary in Ableton Live. But you have other options, of course, in Ableton Live that you don't have in Bitwig. So it depends on what you want to do and what you need to do. Wavetable since Unison is almost impossible to recreate in Bitwig. Yeah, it depends on the features what you need. I mean, you have a wavetable oscillator in Bitwig here, and you can combine or create it in the grid, and you can use 5, 6, 10 wavetable oscillators and combine it if you want to. So you can recreate it to some extent. It depends on what you want to do. It sounds so different than in Ableton. I can look into it. If you tell me what you think sounds different, maybe it's some smoothing, maybe it's some different filters, but usually it should sound the same. Tempo changes are finally exported in Bitwig 6. I'll put some music in the background here. Damn, this is a big grid here. I have no idea what's going on. Is what I did in this grid here. I have no idea. People always ask me, how did you create? I have no idea. I just put some devices in here and tweak it until it sounds great. That's it. That's the whole thing. Oh shit, look at the CPU here. I need a new Mac, the M5, just to make bigger grids. If I close this down, oh yeah, it's going down a bit. That's the polarity stress test. Just load up some of my generative presets, and you can see how it's doing. Look at this monster. Yeah, OBS is always, yeah, it's a big CPU hog, of course, yeah. So I'm streaming and having this on my screen, and yeah. Possible to redirect grids out to the specific, yeah, you can do this with the modulator out and a DC offset, but there's no dedicated audio output at the moment. If you can't remember what you did, yeah, I thought about streaming actually the process. What you don't see is actually that sometimes I start creating these grids, and then halfway through, I just delete it and start over. That's also something happening. The official release better than the beta versions? I don't know how to say it. If it's better, it's probably more refined, more polished, and some bugs smashed from the beta. But the changelog doesn't tell me anything. What on earth is this? Yeah, I have no idea. It just happened. It just happened. Yeah, it's really hard to describe what I do there. I just combine different small little ideas. Right, I just start with maybe a sound here, maybe a small little pattern for drums here, and then you just put it all together, and then you have one big patch. Hey man, Dash, I haven't seen you in a while. How do you feel about Bitwig 6? I mean, I remember you're also coming from Cubase, right? So I think all the changes should be right up your alley. What happens to me with Bitwig 6 is that I misclick a lot of times. So I want to do something quickly, and it's just a bit off. So I have my mouse or muscle memory in place, my keyboard commands, and yeah, I misclick sometimes. Or it, you know, you have like here some kind of clip, and then you are used to some of these positions, right? Where you can drag and make it bigger or resize and some of these things are a little bit off, and I just fumble around and I misclick and misdo certain things. On top of, you know, having the stream running, a bit nervous and people watching, so I've still been on 5 mainly and just testing 6, still getting used to some of the workflow changes, but I think all in all the improvements are huge, yeah. Yeah, the misclicks. Fumble around. Isn't this not a word, fumbling? Just fumble around again. What I never did actually, because I'm just reading this here, I never go back to any other DAW. I just only use Bitwig. I don't do anything else. I don't open Reaper, or I don't try out Ableton or Cubase. I'm just completely dedicated to Bitwig. I don't do anything else, and I try to make it happen inside of Bitwig, even though some of the workflows are maybe not that good or better in other DAWs. I never switch DAWs for any reason at all. Maybe when something new comes out, or Ableton releases a completely new DAW or something like this, and it has different concepts I'm not familiar with, then I maybe try it out and see if it works for me. But with Bitwig back then, when I switched from Cubase to Bitwig for the first time, I just tried out the trial version or the demo version back then. And it just clicked, and I just made some tracks in Bitwig. And after a week, I just noticed I was never back in Cubase because it just wasn't that fun. Cubase is very good. You can do everything in Cubase. It's a good DAW, of course. But for me, Bitwig is just fun. I have fun doing music in it for some reason. It's hard to describe. It just clicked. Also, I changed a lot of workflows coming from Cubase. In Cubase, I did a lot of different things, or things differently. Let's put it this way. I made things differently, and in Bitwig, I adapted new workflows. For instance, in Cubase, I was doing the drums, so I'm doing drum bass, right? And I was doing the drums on audio, so like a wave file a wave or audio clip on the arranger itself, right? Kick drum, snare drum. I'm putting this in audio, and I have a lot of audio clips. And in Bitwig, I adapted using the sampler. So putting the samples into the sampler and then using note clips, because it had so many note modifiers just to repeat and delay and offset and, you know, stuff like this. So I thought it's way better in Bitwig to actually use with the sampler. So I adapted new workflows in Bitwig, and it was for the better, I would say. Polarity equals bit, yeah. Yeah, I was growing, or my channel was growing with Bitwig. I just was completely focused on Bitwig back then when I started the channel, and I always still am. It's the only stable things I know in life, okay? Last time I used Cubase was in the 90s with Akai, okay, yeah. Yeah, Cubase still feels for me like software from the 90s for some reason, even though they have completely different GUI overhaul and looks different now, but it still feels like an old software with old concepts, which is not bad. It's just, you know. Can't even scroll. My CPU is dying. I actually need to get some kind of new M5 MacBook Air and then see how it's doing on this CPU. Would be interesting to know. But yeah, all these cables here are 4 times oversampled. I think that's the main reason. If they implemented something where you can just disable for some data stuff the oversampling, or in general for the whole grid, it would sound different, but maybe to save a bit of CPU. Yes, it's out, exactly. I have a AMD 5960X. I don't know the exact number. Yeah, I made this. It took me, I don't know, 2 hours or something like this. Earlier in the stream, I showed you here basically the trick I did here with the pitch quantizers, right? So you can select the different notes in the scale, and then adding here the root note to it from the scale feature of Bitwig 6. So this was this trick. Then a lot of all-pass filters here, of course, or all-pass delays for making a reverb only on a certain device inside the grid. And then a bit of rudimentary sequencing with transport phase signals, stuff like this here. I'm in Bitwig, but I'm scared to touch this aspect of the DAW. You mean the grid? Yeah. I mean, it's probably not helpful when I'm doing these big grid patches, because people see this and think, oh god, I can't do this. This is too much. This is too complicated. But you can really start simple, and I have also some nice videos on how to generate melodies and easy small little patterns. So you can start small, and then you combine more and more of your knowledge and make the grid patches bigger. Also, at the same time, you don't need to do this. This is just, these grid patches are just a bit of flexing. So I'm basically flexing, making it look complicated on my YouTube videos. At the same time, it's fun for me. It's fun and relaxing, and it makes good videos on my second channel. my CPU goes very hard when I use more few sidechain routing things, even stock devices. I don't know. It depends on how much you sidechain things. I guess there's a lot of latency compensation then going on. There's a lot of complexity in there. So I can't answer this. Do you have tutorials on those little logic math obscure modules? Yeah, it's not so much the modules itself. This is also always a problem that people want to know what these modules are doing. It's the combination. So it's not the grid is like quantum physics. It's like all these atoms don't do that much. They just float around. But the combination of these is what's doing the thing, right? So you need to combine things in different ways. So it's emergent in a way, I would say. But yeah, I have videos on my Bitwig guide channel. There are some videos on certain modules, and there's also my Polarity Music only channel where I have these grid patches just playing music. And also on this channel, there's of course also some tutorials on some of the stuff. It's really hard to tackle. It's not like you can make one course or read one book or just, watch one video and then you know it. That's not how it works. You can know everything about all the modules and you still not be able to make something practical. It's just you need to do it yourself. You need to learn it just by combining small little things and ideas. Just take a few modules and just combine them and try to make something useful out of it. And then in the process, you learn maybe 4 or 5 different things. Then you need to remember these things later on when you make different patches, and then everything comes together. You also need to know how to make music in the first place, right? So you need to know what's a bar, how to make a bass sound, or how to make a snare sound, how to make hi-hat sounds, and what do you need for that, right? So everything combines into then one big AI. You cannot know everything. Yeah, for sure. You always learn something new. It's never done. There's always something new coming up. It's also not, as I see this sometimes in people, that they think I need to learn first and then I know it and then I can make music. It's actually always the other way around. You start to fumble around and you make some happy accidents and then you just remember them. That's all I can say. That's how I learned. Yeah, you learn as you go. I would even say it's worse, or it's not good to read something first and then try it out. Maybe it confuses you in the first place, or you never start to experiment because you know it's wrong, right? So you know, oh, this device always does this, and you never use it for something else because you learned that this device is only for this. So you don't experiment anymore because it's you never learned it, right? So you need to misuse certain things, and then you learn something new, and then you can put it in your knowledge database. Yeah, but don't learn the same thing over and over again. I guess this is also a problem with experienced producers. When you are at a certain age, or in my age, for instance, you learned a lot of things over the years and you settled down on certain processes because you know they work. So you do always the same thing. And it always ends up in the same place. Which is not bad, because you maybe want to produce a certain genre, a certain type of music. But sometimes you just want to have something new, right? So you need to relearn and do certain things in a different way, right? And it's harder, it becomes harder the older you get, or the more experience you get. You need to be open at the same time, but at the same time you also need to use all your knowledge. And sometimes you need to switch it off completely and say, I have no idea what I'm doing. I just try something new. I never did this. Let's do it. But never do stereo bass. Never do stereo bass. Stereo bass is always, it needs to be monophonic. Maybe in the future we have some speakers that kind of work it out. I don't know. But usually when you have two speakers and they play something, the exactly opposite or slightly offset, they cancel each other. So never do stereo bass. You can do stereo layer of bass. Yeah, you can layer something on top, of course. You're 62. That's congratulations. You made it. You're still alive. I mean, I'm 47. Let's play this. I have no idea how that. I don't like the kick drum here. Yeah, something like this. Maybe on the bass. Let's hear this compressor. I use sidechain. So yes, also on the bass, I probably maybe not. Drone sound here. I want to cut out maybe, what's this here? The ARP. The ARP. Right, so the ARP cuts out frequencies from the drone. Dope. Easy. Let's see if it crashes. No, it doesn't crash. Let's set up here the play recorded after 16 bars, maybe. I don't know. So we can use overdub. That's what I learned. The clip launcher. That's here, right? Oh, I have still 165 viewers? That's insane. Or is this number lying? Never had so many viewers on my live streams. I should do more live stream. I should do more live streams. No, it's probably because of the only because of the release and people want to see what's going on. I mean, if you haven't tried, if I have still the viewers, like put some thoughts out there. If you haven't tried Bitwig Studio yet, try it now. Bitwig 6 is, you know, it's pretty good, I would say. And you can probably adopt more easily now if you're coming from Ableton Live or you're coming from Cubase or coming from Logic. So give it a try. There's a trial version you can use for, I don't know, 2 weeks or so. Why not? Why not check it out? Check it out. If you don't have a girlfriend, at least try Bitwig. Okay. I need to have the different bass sound here. So 8. Maybe switch this here to something different. Maybe we modulate here the sync. Go to, I don't know, what is it? 12? Maybe something higher. Then say here, play once and then play next. And then here, play once and then play next. Play next. So this one is 16 bars long, so this one is also 16 bars long, but it doesn't play anything. And then when this plays, play first after playing once. Maybe this works? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, here there's the thing missing now. Yeah, I need to have this on 0, huh? I'm using HD 660S. I put here. This is basically my mastering chain nowadays on every track. Just an M matcher and then polarity MD. That's it. Don't need anything else. Yeah, I really like the sound of the Sennheiser. I tried to have some other ones, but they never really clicked with me. What is matcher for? Oh, it's just an EQ matcher. So I have here my reference curves, and then I analyze now here my curve, and then it's just correcting the EQ settings. But the big benefit of this M matcher is that it also does this for the side channel, so you also get stereo control, and for the mid channel. And these reference curves here are not just one single track, these are multiple tracks. So I analyzed maybe 10 or 20 drum bass tracks that I like from the sound, from the mix down. And then just taking the average curve of these tracks to get a nice blend. Also here the M matcher here has this average versus max. So it analyzes not only the average, it also analyzes the maximum peak of each frequency. And you can blend between the two. And 50% is just fine, so it's right in the middle. It gives you a really nice matching curve. They put a lot of thought into this, in my opinion, and it sounds really great. It's not just a simple matching EQ, it does a bit more. And then you can keep here the volume, keep the level. And just put my polarity MD on that, and that's basically it. That's all I'm doing. Oh, the bass is maybe too much. Yeah, it's just basically an OTT. So you have like an input channel, upwards, downwards compressor. Then you have 3 bands, like an OTT. On each band, there's an upwards, downwards compressor, a clipper on each. And then also on the output, there's also again, an upwards, downwards compressor with a clipper. It's not like I'm letting this plugin work really hard. I just keep here the level, clip maybe the drums, so that's what you can see here. It's probably the drums. And then dial in here compression to taste. And that's all I'm doing most of the time. Maybe I play this 2 times. Or 4 times. Melody is a bit annoying over time. Yeah. Yeah, that's all I'm doing, more or less. Nice frequency correction, and it also tells me already here the sub bass is a bit too loud compared to my reference curve here, which is not bad, but I have a feeling of what's going on. So I can already tell the sub is too loud. Here the mids are a bit missing, the tops are missing, and then I can decide what I want to do on these tracks, right? So I can hear already here, oh, the tops of the drums are a bit too bright, but my MM matcher here wants to push certain frequencies here, so maybe I don't want to push only on the drums. I want to maybe make the bass or the lead sounds a bit louder or push the upper frequencies a bit more. So it depends on my taste, what I want to have up front and what more in the back. But yeah, this gives me already interesting insights here of what's going on. And I use this not because I'm too lazy to EQing stuff, or it's not like that I can't EQ. It's probably both. But also at the same time, I want to have consistency. And I made a video about this a few months ago. I want to have consistency, right? I want to have multiple tracks on my hard drive that I made, and they need to sound roughly equally. So they need to have the bass and the same energy, the drums, right? It's really annoying to me when I listen to my sounds or to my songs and everything is in a different place. So I have like this song, there's the bass really up front and the drums in the back, right? And this one, there are only pad sounds and this is in the front. So I want to have a bit of consistency so everything sounds roughly the same. So this is why I'm using this. It's okay to admit it, yeah. I mean, who's not lazy? Maybe I save this? Do I have here? Is this ambient? Generate name. Save as. What's here? Okay. It's out. That's the name. Yeah. So, when's 6.1 coming out? We need new content. Hopefully next week. Anytime soon, any minute now. We need to revive the channel any minute now. Bitwig is so cool that when you save a project, it automatically being released to music platform. Yeah, it's straight uploaded to Bandcamp already. Let me save this here. What's this? Oh, this is this drum bass track from earlier. So this is totally repetitive, right? So what I do sometimes with this, it's okay, but you can just put an EQ on that, or maybe a filter. And just record the filter movement. That's what I'm doing. Maybe do something different. So, do we have here something? Yeah, something like this. And then what I do is I just copy this over. And I guess you can now do clips out of this. What's the shortcut? I always forget about it. Is it not Alt? Yeah, it's Alt. Okay. So have like this, but we also want to have this. So now we can loop this, and it's a clip. Maybe give it a different color. And maybe we want to put this in the FX2 so we can say that sub bass never changes. And we can take the bass, put it here. I don't need this. Maybe EQ something out. See this? You can take the first part and maybe reverb it a bit. Put a small reverb on that. It's super massive for some reason. Okay. And put it in a different place, maybe. That doesn't sound good, huh? So it doesn't sound like it's repeating. It's way better, and it's just, you know, the sample used or reused. I'll put this here. Oh, I have to clone it. Let me do something different here. Move it over there. Okay, maybe reverse it. Yeah, let's record this. I have like this here. And need to fade it out. Tool, bam, bam, bam. And then this. Sounds great. Oh, that's not working because the thing is in a different place. Yeah, then I just bounce this. I don't need to have all this other crap here. Yeah, that sounds better. Yeah. That's better. Oh, this needs to have some kind of distortion. That's too much. Yeah, that's better. So I don't need all of this. Maybe a bit too loud. Yeah, and then you create more and more variations. That's it. Baseline generator. Why do you have two ones? Two different versions. Makes no sense. Let's see if we can bring the viewership down. I take just rolling samples, just so much easier. Just record the stuff into this one. That's kind of cool here. Let's put it on the same track maybe. And here we can take maybe this one, put it here, just reverse it. The old reverse trick. Reversed. I want to use my plop. Let me use my plop. There's my plop. There's my plop. Let me use the plop. There's the plop. Maybe delay. Maybe different plop. Yeah, here we do something different. Maybe the good old rebase. Let's loop this here for a moment. That's too high. Yeah. And we pitch it down. One octave. And we use this we have. And we modulate this. Okay, best res ever. Maybe 2 octaves. Let's see how this sounds. Okay, and then we use an EQ5 here. Filter some more. And a bit of here. And this needs to go into the filter plus. Oh, you can see it, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe a bit better. A bit of distortion, or maybe I use, what's the name? Ring mod. Maybe in front of the distortion? Maybe use different distortion, or maybe use your hard clip. No, I don't like it. Heat. Let's see how it sounds in context. Oh, we need to use the tool to make this mono. Yeah, that's better. And we need a bit of reverb. Oh, I grabbed the focus. Need different distortion, maybe a diode. Maybe only on the top end. Only on the top end. And then the low end is too quiet. Oh yeah, it doesn't work because it's high pitched. Okay, makes sense. And maybe another filter. Why not? And maybe another filter. Because we can do it. You need a limiter on the master? No. No. Don't need that. I mean, there is a master on the limiter. There's nothing on the master. Sorry. Viewership dropped by 20. Nice. Let's listen to it from the beginning. Yeah, I put something on the master. I put the matcher on the master. Maybe this is too much of a big drop. There you go. Start here. Oh, we need to go out with the, where is it here? The mix. You see the mix? Oh, can't see it. Mix. SVF, EQ5. Supermassive. This is the mix. I probably need to sample this, make it. So the mix of the Valhalla is jumping up to 100%. Problem. Now we can reuse this here, maybe. Make this a bit shorter. Well, let's mute this. Too much reverb. Where's the reverb? Here is it. Let's bounce it. Bounce. And mute this. This. Or maybe reverse it. Blend it in. Nice. Another dance floor dropper. Apply. Start measurement. No idea what I did there. Generate name. Save as. I don't know. No clip. No clip. Done. Another beat to feed to Suno. Yeah, but they kind of exchange a lot of stuff. It would be really nice if you could create with Suno individual instruments. Or let's say you have a beat and you just want to have a melody or someone singing on top, and with Suno you always get the full package. You get always the same, you know, bass, kick drums, snare, drums, and so on, and vocals, and then you need to separate it, and then it sounds shit at the end. So they need to have different training data, which they don't have probably. Or maybe they should train on sample libraries or something like this, so they have individual instruments. I mean, it's okay. It's a cool loop. I probably need some different drum loops than some tops here and there. Works great. Anyway, I don't think I will want to work on the sets for now. I think it's okay. Don't want to go too deep. So is anything happening on the web page? Do we have new features? Is 6.1 announced yet? Maybe look me up and maybe look up here in the Discord. What's happening there? Oh, I have some messages. Okay, what's happening here? So it looks like everyone is happy so far. Bitwig 6 killed my loop MIDI ports. Bitwig 6 deleted my Windows installation. Bitwig 6 made me coffee. Huh? Okay. Okay. Let's look up Reddit. No announcement. Okay. Oh, there it is. Bitwig Studio 6 released. Let's look into that. At a quick look, and it seems to be the full changelog from 5.3 to 6.0. Yeah, that's the full changelog, so you can't see what's happening between beta 17 and the release version. But I guess not much. Now what I'm going to complain about. Yeah, I mean, where is 6.1? Where is it? Okay, performance menu. I look into it later. Bitwig 6 taught me the value of patience. Because beta took so long. Bitwig 6 made me lose some hair. Okay. Yeah, what's happening to Bitwig 7? I don't know. They still haven't released Bitwig 7 after all this time. Yeah, it's finally very sick. Let's go. Everyone can finally make music again. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's a good package, 6.0. If you always wanted to dive into Bitwig Studio, now is the chance. It's better than ever. A lot of nice changes to the arranger. Dark background now. It's not blinding you anymore. We have clips for automation clips. You can drag the automation into modulators. We have scale highlighting. We have new tools in the editor. The editor is revamped, so you can see multiple tracks at once. I haven't showed this actually, but it's something I probably never use. But you can select now your multiple things and then go into the editor, in the detail editor, and you can see the notes, the clips, note clips. You can see the audio clips in there aligned. You can also switch to the track mode here. You can see it on the whole. So it's basically the arranger. Actually, if you select everything, you can probably do everything in this detail editor, right? Because you can see everything. There's just one track here because we use one note on this track. This is the kick drum. This is the snare drum. Okay, here's a small problem with the titles. That's a small fix. Yeah, it's the best Bitwig ever, I would say. I mean, what do people miss? I mean, I was happy 3 versions ago already with how Bitwig is. But some people, you know, they come from Fruity Loops or FL Studio and Logic Ableton, and they miss certain things. But now it's probably already complete. I mean, there's still some things left, right? People complain about all the time. From the top of my head, it's probably a groove pool. What else? What do people need all the time? Video player, exactly. If they went bankrupt tomorrow, I could use Bitwig 6 and make music till the end of time. Probably. I don't miss anything. MIDI capture. What's MIDI capture? We can capture MIDI. Oh, you mean the thing that it captures in the background, so you don't have to press record, so it records all the time and it just abstracts it away from you, that there's actually MIDI capture running in the background. How about a sampler looper that can record in real time? Yeah, a sampler that can record. This would be nice. But yeah, like I said, it's just nice. It's not like that I need it. It would be nice to have, but it's not like I really need it. Do you guys have any more questions? Because I probably close the stream pretty soon. I need something to eat. And I already showed most of the things. How long do I stream for? Any 4 hours? Okay. That's okay. That's a good stream time length. Retrospective MIDI capture, exactly. I mean, I haven't showed any features in this stream, but I guess in the first beta stream, I showed all the features, and also I made a lot of videos already about dedicated features, about the scale feature, about automations and so on. Nothing has really changed besides some small little tweaks here and there, but the main feature set is the same. Maybe I should do updated videos on this, but yeah, it's kind of the same actually. Very good stream, thanks. Cool stream. Sounds good, yeah. Yeah, I hope you all pretty happy with Bitwig 6 so far. I'm happy that I don't have to use the beta version and I can just, you know, settle down on the release or on the live version of Bitwig 6. And we can close this chapter for now and look forward to 6.1 or 6.2 or whatever it's coming. Yeah, don't forget to like. Would be nice if you like the stream. Helps always a lot. And probably other streamers, other Bitwig streamers, I don't know if Dash Glitch is online. He probably does a stream, and some other Bitwig YouTubers. So there's actually no rate feature, right, in YouTube. It'd be nice to rate actually some other people. The funny thing is I probably can use here some of my generative patches on top. Let me see. This is the big one. That's too big. Let's use this one. And switch this here to... it doesn't really fit. Dash Glitch hasn't streamed for 4 months. Yeah, I mean, if you do it daily or weekly, at some point you get, you know, it's just you're doing the same thing, and it's, yeah, you have to take a break sometimes. I also do some breaks with my YouTube videos, because if you do it all the time, you don't have any new ideas. It feels stale and you get frustrated because it don't come up with anything new or anything worthwhile. And sure, you can do like these plug-in reviews all the time, and you get nice views with plug-in reviews, but I'm personally not interested in every plug-in that comes out. Most of the plugins that come out nowadays are just the same thing in a different UI, small little things different, but yeah. So yeah, it's good to take a break from all that stuff. How to edit multiple curves from several points. I don't know what this means. Multiple curves from several points. You can ask me in the Discord. I try to figure it out what you mean. But yeah, I think I'm closing the stream now. Thanks for watching. I hope you all like Bitwig 6. Thanks for tuning in. You can also see my face again. That's me. Thanks for watching. I do some videos probably on Bitwig 6 pretty soon. Just explaining the features again, or maybe do some music in a video and use all the features for making this music. And yeah, thanks for tuning in. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel, have some fun. Let me know what you think about this, about Bitwig 6 in the comments, of course. And see you in the next stream or in the next video. Or in Discord, or somewhere else. On Super Booth in Berlin. Maybe you visit Super Booth, you can visit the Bitwig booth and then just talk to me about life and Bitwig. Okay, that's it. Thanks for watching.